Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient trees of Mirkwood whispered secrets to the wind as Gandalf the White traced the edge of another inexplicable void, a perfect circle of emptiness where mighty oaks had stood just days before. No fallen trunks, no scattered leaves, not even disturbed soil remained. It was as if that portion of the forest had never existed. 3 more such circles appeared under the last moon, said Thranduil's messenger, an elf named Felindril, her silver hair catching the filtered sunlight. The forest song grows silent in their wake. Gandalf knelt, pressing his weathered hand against the ground where the border between existing forest and nothingness met. A chill ran through his fingers, reminiscent of an ancient malice he had not felt since the First Age. "This is older than Sauron's work," he murmured. Perhaps older than Morgoth himself, deep within Mirkwood's heart, where shadows danced between ancient boughs, Gandalf discovered the first clue. A black seed, no larger than a dewdrop, pulsing with an inner darkness that seemed to drink in the surrounding light. He recognized it from tales told during his earliest days in Middle-earth, a seed of unmaking, born from Melkor's first attempts to corrupt Yavanna's creation. His investigation led him to Roscobel, where Radagast tended to his wounded animals. The brown wizard's usually cheerful face was drawn with concern. "The birds speak of shadows that move against the wind," he said, stroking a distressed owl. "And the trees are screaming." Gandalf, together, they tracked the pattern of disappearances, realizing they formed a vast spiral across the forest, centering on an ancient grove known to the Elves as the Heart of Shadows. There, they encountered an unexpected ally, Fairler, a dragon who had long ago rejected darkness and now lived in solitude, guarding secrets of the elder days. "I remember when Melkor first planted his seeds of darkness," the ancient dragon rumbled, scales gleaming like burnished copper in the dim light. "They were meant to unmake the world, to return it to the void from which it came. We thought them all destroyed, but one had survived, dormant through the ages, until recent events had awakened it. The defeat of Sauron had created a vacuum of power, and ancient magics were stirring in response. The seed was merely the beginning. If its power continued to grow, it would consume not just Mirkwood, but all of Middle-earth. There is a way," Fairler said hesitantly, "but it requires something few possess. The light of the 2 trees, which lives on only in the oldest of beings." Gandalf understood the implication. As one of the Mire who had beheld the 2 trees in Valinor, he carried within him a spark of their divine light. But using it would come at a great cost, perhaps even the loss of his power, or his very existence in Middle-earth. The crisis reached its peak during the new moon, when darkness was strongest. The void circles began expanding rapidly, consuming entire leagues of forest in hours. Gandalf, Radagast, and Fairler raced to the Heart of Shadows, where they found the seed had grown into a terrible flower of darkness, its petals made of pure shadow, each one erasing reality around it. "The void hungers," Radagast whispered, clutching his staff. "It seeks to grow until nothing remains." Gandalf stood before the flower of unmaking, his white robes gleaming with an inner light. "Then we must remind it of what it means to exist," he said, raising his staff. Radagast called to the forest. "Fairler, your fire will be needed." What followed was a battle unlike any since the elder days. Radagast summoned the strength of every living thing in Mirkwood, a chorus of life itself rising against the void. Faerlar's dragon fire formed a circle around the flower, not to destroy, but to contain, burning with the ancient power of creation itself. And Gandalf reached deep within himself, to the memory of Valinor and the light of the two trees. He began to glow, not with the power of his staff or ring, but with something far more fundamental, the light that had sparked the beginning of all things. "I am a servant of the secret fire," he proclaimed, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "Wielder of the flame of Anor, the dark fire will not avail you, shadow of the void." The light that burst from him was not merely brightness, but the very essence of existence itself. It met the darkness of the void flower in a clash of fundamental forces. Reality itself seemed to waver, caught between being and unbeing. In that moment, Gandalf understood that to defeat this darkness, he would have to give up a part of himself that could never be reclaimed, the part that remembered the light of Valinor. He did not hesitate. The price was paid in a flash of glory that lit up the entire forest. When it faded, the void flower was gone, and in its place stood a single perfect white tree, a descendant of Telperion itself, born from the sacrifice of memory and power. Gandalf lay exhausted beneath its branches, his robes gray once more, yet his eyes still held wisdom and purpose. Radagast helped him to his feet while Faerlar watched with ancient eyes. "You've given up much," the dragon observed. "And gained much in return," Gandalf replied, looking at the white tree with a smile. "For that is the way of things, what we lose makes room for new growth." The tree became known as Gandalf's light, and under its branches, no shadow of unmaking would ever take root again. Though the wizard had lost some of his power, he had gained something perhaps more valuable, a deeper understanding of the balance between existence and void, creation and unmaking. As he prepared to leave Mirkwood, Falandril approached him one last time. "The forest song has changed," she said. "It speaks now of hope, even in darkness." Gandalf nodded, leaning on his staff as he gazed at the recovering forest. "Then it speaks truly," he said. "For that is the greatest magic of all, the power of life to persist, to grow, to begin anew, even in the face of ending." And so another shadow passed from Middle-earth, not through overwhelming power, but through sacrifice, wisdom, and the courage to choose existence over oblivion. The trees of Mirkwood grew stronger than before, and if their leaves sometimes shimmered with a peculiar light, like the memory of a distant glory, few remembered why. Story 2. In the fading twilight of the Third Age, when the echoes of the Ring War still whispered through the valleys of Middle-earth, Gandalf the White stood atop the ancient watchtower of Amon Sel. His weathered hands gripped his staff as his keen eyes surveyed the distant peaks of the misty mountains, where an ancient evil stirred from its long slumber. The winds carried whispers of darkness, different from Sauron's malice, older, deeper, and perhaps more terrible. Gandalf had first sensed it during his travels, a creeping shadow that made even the mountain stones tremble. The few remaining eagles had brought him troubling news of dark gatherings in abandoned dwarven halls, where hooded figures performed rituals in forgotten tongues. "The peace we fought so hard to win may be briefer than we hoped," he muttered to himself, his beard rustling in the chill wind. The discovery of a group of surviving dark wizards, followers of the fallen Saruman, had set him on this path. They had found something in the mountain's depths, something that even Sauron had feared to wake. In the town of Bree, Gandalf found his first ally, Aldrich, a young man with an unusual gift for magic, rare among mortals in these declining days. The boy's eyes burned with the same fire Gandalf had once seen in Aragorn's youth, though this was a different kind of destiny. "They speak of shadows that move against the wind," Aldrich told him in the quiet corner of the prancing pony, "and of songs in the night that make men's minds go dark." Their journey took them deep into the misty mountains, where they were joined by Drugan Stonefist and his band of dwarven guardians, sworn to protect the ancient secrets buried in their ancestors' halls. The dwarves spoke of disturbed tombs and desecrated ruins, where dark wizards had been searching for something specific. Through treacherous passes and abandoned mines they traveled, while Gandalf shared what he knew of the danger they faced. In the First Age, he explained one night by their hidden campfire, there were powers more terrible than Sauron. Some were locked away, others destroyed, but a few. He paused, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. A few were merely forgotten deep in the heart of the mountains. They found the dark wizard's stronghold, a vast cathedral of stone carved by ancient hands. The corrupted followers of Saruman had discovered texts speaking of a primordial force, a spark of the original darkness that existed before Arda was shaped. They believed this power could restore the order Sauron had promised, but at a terrible price. The confrontation came in a great circular chamber, where black crystals pulsed with sickly light. The leader of the Dark Wizards, a fallen Gondorian loremaster named Morthal, stood before an obsidian altar, already beginning the awakening ritual. "You of all beings should understand," Gandalf, Morthal called out, his voice echoing in the vast space. "The world of men is chaos. They need guidance, order, even if they must be forced to accept it. I understand better than you know," Gandalf replied, his staff blazing with white light. "I have seen the hearts of men, their weakness and their strength. What you would wake would not bring order, but an end to all things. The battle that followed shook the mountain to its foundations. While Drugan's dwarves clashed with cultist warriors, and Aldrich proved his worth against dark sorcery, Gandalf dueled with Morthal beneath the crystal-studded dome. Spells of immense power crackled through the air, shattering stone and illuminating the chamber with supernatural light. Yet even as they fought, the ritual's power grew. The ancient evil began to stir, manifesting as a creeping darkness that consumed light and hope. Gandalf could feel its hunger, its desire to unmake the world that had forgotten it. In that desperate moment, Gandalf faced a choice. There was a way to stop the awakening, but it required channeling more power than he had used since his return from death. The effort might destroy him, but to do nothing would doom all of Middle-earth to a darkness worse than Sauron's reign. "Some lights," he whispered, remembering Galadriel's words, "must fade so that others may endure," drawing upon the full power granted to him by the Valar. Gandalf raised his staff high. White light, pure and terrible, erupted from him in a cascade of radiance. The chamber filled with a brilliance that banished all shadows, searing away the ancient darkness and breaking the ritual's power. Morthal and his followers fell, their corrupted magic no match for the pure light of the West. The crystals exploded, raining down in a shower of harmless dust. When the light faded, Gandalf stood trembling but unbowed, his hair and robes somehow even whiter than before. In the aftermath, as they sealed the chamber with dwarven craft and ancient spells, Aldrich approached his mentor. "You could have used that power before," the young man observed. "Why didn't you?" Gandalf leaned heavily on his staff, looking older and yet somehow more timeless than ever. "Power," he said softly, "should never be the first answer, but the last resort. It is wisdom to know the difference." They emerged from the mountain as the first light of dawn broke over the peaks. The air seemed clearer somehow, as if a shadow had been lifted not just from the mountain, but from the world itself. Yet Gandalf's eyes remained troubled as he gazed eastward. "Is it over?" Drugan asked, his battle axe resting on his shoulder. "This shadow is banished," Gandalf replied, "but others will always rise. That is why we must never cease our vigilance, never stop passing on our knowledge and courage to those who will guard the future." As they made their way down the mountain paths, Gandalf took one last look at the sealed entrance. The victory had been won, but he knew that somewhere in the world other dangers waited. Such was the endless task of those who stood against the darkness, not for glory or power, but for the simple preservation of all that was good in Middle-earth. The rising sun cast long shadows behind them as they descended, ready for whatever new challenges awaited in a world that, though no longer under Sauron's shadow, would always need its guardians. Story 3. Beyond the northern waste, where even the hardiest rangers feared to tread, Gandalf the White followed an ancient path marked by runes that seemed to shimmer and shift in the frozen air. His breath formed crystals in his beard as he approached a city that shouldn't exist, towers of pale blue ice spiraling impossibly high into the aurora-lit sky. The lost city of the Istari, spoken of only in whispers among the eldest of elves, had called to him through dreams that felt more like memories. Its appearance now, after all these ages, could not be coincidence. So, the wanderer returns home at last. A voice echoed across the frozen courtyard. An elderly woman emerged from the shadows, her white hair trailing behind her like smoke. Though this was never truly your home, was it, Olrin? Gandalf gripped his staff tighter. LOTR, he said, recognizing his fellow Istari despite her changed form. I thought you lost in the east. Lost? She laughed, the sound like breaking ice. No, I found something. Something that led me here, to the truth about what we are. What we were meant to be, within the ice crystal halls. LOTR revealed ancient chambers filled with artifacts and scrolls that predated their arrival in Middle-earth. We were not the first, she explained, her fingers tracing patterns in the frost. There was another, sent before us all. The one who questioned our purpose in a chamber deep beneath the ice. Gandalf discovered the truth. A sixth Istari, named Mournheader, had been imprisoned in a crystal of pure starlight. His crime? Attempting to gift humanity with the full power of the Valar, believing that mortals deserve to shape their own destiny. He saw what you've seen, LOTR said softly. The strength in mortal hearts. The potential. But the Valar feared another Melkor, another fall. So they bound him here, where the very stars keep watch. Gandalf approached the crystal prison. Within, he could see the face of the sixth Istari, neither young nor old, but timeless, his expression peaceful despite his imprisonment. Why show me this now? Because the crystal weakens, LOTR replied. The changing of ages has shifted the very foundations of power in Middle-earth. Soon, he will wake. The question is, will you stand with your fellow Istari, or with those who would keep us chained to ancient laws? The decision tortured Gandalf through sleepless nights. He had seen the courage of hobbits, the nobility of men, the wisdom that could grow in mortal hearts. Yet he had also witnessed the corruption of power, how even the best intentions could pave the road to darkness. His contemplation was interrupted by a tremor that shook the ice city to its foundations. The crystal prison was cracking, streams of pure light escaping through the fissures. Mournheader was awakening. The time of choice is upon us, LOTR declared, raising her staff. Help me free him, Olrin. Help me give humanity the power to choose its own path. But Gandalf saw something in the light escaping the crystal, not just power, but purpose. The Valar hadn't imprisoned Mournheader to punish him, but to preserve something essential. The crystal wasn't a prison at all, but an anchor, maintaining the very balance of power in Middle-earth. There is wisdom in limitation, Gandalf said finally, raising his own staff. Not as chains, but as foundations upon which to build. The battle that followed shook the foundations of the North itself. LOTR's ice magic clashed with Gandalf's light, while the crystal continued to fracture. In the midst of their conflict, Mournheader's eyes opened. Stop. His voice carried the weight of ages. This is not the way. The fighting ceased as Mournheader emerged from his crystal, not as a prisoner breaking free, but as one who had completed a long vigil. I chose this imprisonment, he revealed, not as punishment, but as protection. The power we wished to give humanity would have destroyed them. For power without wisdom brings only ruin, understanding dawned in LOTR's eyes. All these years were necessary, Morinhutter said gently, as was your discovery of this place, and Olrin's choice to defend the natural order, each playing their part in a greater wisdom than any one of us could comprehend. The three Astari stood in the chamber of ice and starlight, each finally understanding their true purpose, not to rule or guide through power, but to inspire through example, to protect through wisdom rather than force. What happens now? LOTR asked, her earlier certainty replaced by humility. Now, Gandalf said, we do what we have always done. We watch, we guide when needed, and most importantly, we trust in the strength that lies within all free peoples to determine their own destiny. As dawn broke over the Ice City, its towers began to fade like starlight before the sun. Morinhutter smiled as he too began to fade. My task is complete, he said. The age of the Astari is passing. The time of mortals approaches. LOTR chose to journey into the west, seeking forgiveness and understanding from the Valar. But Gandalf remained in Middle-earth a while longer, watching as humanity took its first steps into a new age. Years later, when asked about the tale of the sixth Astari, Gandalf would simply smile and say, some truths are best understood not through power, but through its absence. For in choosing what power to relinquish, we often find our greatest strength. The Ice City was never seen again, though sometimes on the coldest nights beneath the clearest stars. Travelers in the far north would swear they heard the echoes of ancient wisdom carried on the wind, reminding them that the greatest magic lies not in wielding power, but in knowing when to let it go. Story 4. The last rays of sunset painted the ruins of Osgiliath in hues of amber and gold as Gandalf stood before a crumbling archway, examining markings that seemed to shift and change in the fading light. Ancient Elvish script intertwined with symbols far older remnants of a time when the Valar themselves walked Middle-earth. Recent dreams had led him here, visions of an artifact that predated the forging of the great rings, the Luminar, a crystalline orb said to contain echoes of the music of the Aenir itself. But the dreams carried warnings too, of a growing power among men that threatened to upset the delicate balance of magic in Middle-earth. The markings speak of doorways between worlds. Came a voice from the shadows. A woman emerged, her dark cloak adorned with subtle runes that seemed to absorb the dying light. I wondered when you would find this place. Mithrandir, Moira of the Hidden Vale, Gandalf acknowledged, recognizing the leader of a secret society of human magic wielders. You've been expecting me? We've been watching these ruins for months, she replied, gesturing to barely visible figures in the surrounding shadows, men and women who had discovered ways to channel the fading magic of Middle-earth. The signs are clear. The time of change approaches. Together, they discovered that the ruins held a chamber deep beneath the river, where the waters of the Anduin had exposed ancient secrets. The Luminarch had been hidden there by the first men who had awakened in Middle-earth, a gift from the Valar that was deemed too powerful to be used. But now its power was stirring, responding to the awakening magical abilities in humans across Middle-earth. Some, like Moira's followers, sought to understand and preserve these gifts. Others saw them as weapons to be wielded. We were not meant to remain powerless forever, Moira argued as they descended into the underwater chamber, magical lights illuminating their way. The elves are leaving, the wizards grow fewer. Who will protect Middle-earth if not us? Gandalf saw the truth in her words, but also the danger. Power without wisdom brings only ruin, he cautioned. I have seen the greatest of my order fall to such temptation. The chamber they found was a marvel of ancient craftsmanship, its walls covered in murals depicting the music of the Aenir. At its center, suspended in a column of light, floated the Luminarch, a sphere of crystal that seemed to contain galaxies within its depths. But they were not alone. faction of darker practitioners, led by a former scholar of Gondor named Malvir, had followed them. They had different plans for the artifact's power. "Think of what we could accomplish," Malvir declared, his voice echoing off the ancient stones. "We could restore glory to the kingdoms of men, create a new age of power and wonder." The ensuing battle shook the foundations of the ruins. Moira's followers proved their worth, their newly discovered magic complementing Gandalf's ancient power as they fought against Malvir's corrupted sorcerers. The Luminarch pulsed with increasing intensity, responding to the clash of energies around it. In the midst of the chaos, Gandalf realized the truth. The artifact wasn't just a container of power, but a test. The Valar had left it as a gauge of humanity's readiness to wield greater magic. The very fact that humans could now access magic was part of a greater design. "Stop." His voice thundered through the chamber, backed by power that made even the waters of the Anduin pause in their flow. "Look at what you're fighting for, and how you're choosing to fight for it." The combat ceased as the Luminarch began to glow brighter, projecting images of both possible futures, one where magic was seized by force, leading to destruction and chaos, and another where it was earned through wisdom and understanding. Malvir, seeing his reflection in the artifact's depths, finally understood the corruption in his own heart. Moira and her followers watched in awe as the Luminarch began to dissolve, its power dispersing not into individuals, but into the fabric of Middle-earth itself. "The gift was never meant to be contained," Gandalf explained, watching the motes of light spread like stars through the chamber. "It was meant to be earned gradually. As humanity proved its wisdom, the chamber began to flood with the waters of the Anduin, but not before the light of the Luminarch had touched each person present. They emerged to find the ruins of Osgiliath bathed in dawn's first light, changed but whole. "What happens now?" Moira asked, watching her followers test their newly refined abilities, smaller than what the Luminarch might have granted all at once, but pure, earned rather than taken. "Now," Gandalf replied, a knowing smile beneath his beard, "you do what humanity has always done best. You grow, you learn, and you prove the Valar's faith in your potential was not misplaced in the years that followed. Magic slowly returned to the realms of men, not as a sudden flood, but as a gentle stream, guided by those who had learned its true price and purpose in the chambers beneath Osgiliath. Malvir and his followers devoted themselves to teaching rather than seeking power, while Moira's society became the foundation for a new tradition of human magic, one built on wisdom rather than might. And Gandalf, watching from the shadows as he always had, saw that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in possessing power, but in knowing how to guide it into worthy hands. The ruins of Osgiliath, though never rebuilt to their former glory, became known as a place where the veil between the ordinary and the magical grew thin, where those seeking understanding rather than power might still hear echoes of the music of the Aenir, carrying the promise of a future where magic and wisdom walked hand in hand. Story 5. Mist rolled off the gray havens in ethereal waves as Gandalf stood at the edge of the ancient port, his keen eyes fixed on the remaining elven rings. Nenya, once worn by Galadriel, pulsed with an unsettling darkness that had nothing to do with the fading day. The curse had begun subtly, a whisper of shadow across the ring's gleaming surfaces, but now it threatened to corrupt the last great elven artifacts in Middle-earth. It spreads like twilight across still water, observed see Arden the shipwright, his ancient eyes reflecting centuries of wisdom. Even the sea winds cannot cleanse this taint. The curse had first manifested during the last full moon, when the bearers of the remaining elven rings reported disturbing dreams, visions of Sauron's lingering malice reaching beyond death to poison his greatest enemy's final treasures. Those who wore the rings found their immortal light dimming, as if something were drinking their very essence. Not all of Sauron's power died with the One Ring, Gandalf mused, his staff casting a protective glow round the corrupting rings. Some malice runs deeper than mere physical form, His investigation led him to Radagast the Brown, who had noticed nature itself recoiling from the ring's influence. Together, they discovered an ancient truth. Sauron had woven a final curse into the very fabric of the ring's creation, a dormant shadow waiting for his fall to awaken and poison the last bastions of elvish power in Middle-earth. In the libraries of Rivendell, now eerily quiet with most of its people departed, they found scrolls speaking of a similar curse from the First Age, a spite work of Morgoth himself, designed to corrupt the light of the two trees. The solution then had required a terrible price, the sacrifice of something equally precious to cleanse the taint. The time of the elven rings must end, said Galadriel's daughter, Celebrimbor Anne, who had returned from the west sensing the danger to her mother's realm. But if their power is not properly unmade, the curse will spread to all things touched by elvish magic. The situation grew dire as the curse began affecting the very foundations of places like Rivendell and Lothlorien. The few remaining high elves who had not yet sailed west found their ancient powers waning, replaced by a creeping shadow that threatened to twist their gifts into something dark and terrible. Gandalf gathered the remaining ring-bearers at the Grey Havens, Arden, Celebrimbor, and the last lords of the elven realms. Together, they would attempt a ritual that hadn't been performed since the Elder Days, the unmaking of great powers. There will be opposition, Gandalf warned them. Whatever remains of Sauron's shall not let these rings fade quietly into memory, as if summoned by his words. Dark shapes began to materialize around the harbor shadows of the Nazgul, echoes of their former terrible power drawn to this last contest over the ring's fate. Though the Witch King was no more, his legacy of darkness still held power. The battle began as Gandalf raised his staff high, its light competing with the first stars of evening. The remaining elves formed a circle around the rings, their voices raised in songs of unmaking ancient words that had not been uttered since the forging of the world. Shadow wraiths clashed with elvish light, while Radagast called upon the powers of nature itself to aid their cause. The very air seemed to tremble with the weight of ages as the final remnants of the Third Age fought against the dying of their light. In the midst of battle, Gandalf realized the truth: the rings couldn't simply be destroyed or unmade. Their power had to be transformed, changed into something that could never again be corrupted by darkness. The price would be the end of an age, but perhaps that had been inevitable from the start. The time of magic isn't ending, he called out above the chaos. It's changing form. Understanding dawned in the eyes of the elves. One by one, they began to remove their rings, casting them into the center of their circle where Gandalf stood. Each ring surrendered caused physical pain to its bearer, centuries of power and memory breaking their ancient bonds. The shadow wraiths pressed closer, drawn by the ring's vulnerability. But as each ring was surrendered, the shadows found less to corrupt, less to twist to their dark purpose. The very act of letting go became a power in itself. In a final burst of defiance, the wraiths charged the circle. Gandalf raised his staff one last time, channeling not just his own power, but the freely given power of the rings themselves. Light exploded from the harbor, so bright it was seen as far as the Shire. When vision returned, the rings were gone. In their place stood a single white tree, its leaves shimmering with the last echo of elvish magic, not concentrated in artifacts of power, but returned to the earth itself, where it could nurture new forms of wonder in the age to come. The shadow wraiths had vanished, finding nothing left to corrupt. The remaining elves looked younger somehow, as if a great burden had been lifted from them. Yet there was sadness too, for they knew their time in Middle-earth was truly ending. What becomes of magic now? Celebrimbor asked, touching the white tree's bark wonderingly. It returns to where it began, Gandalf replied, leaning on his staff with a tired smile. In the earth, in the sky, in the hearts of all free peoples. Different perhaps than what came before, but no less real, the tree at the Grey Havens became known as the Last Light, a symbol of both ending and beginning. Though the great rings of power were no more, visitors to the harbor would sometimes catch glimpses of unexpected beauty, flowers blooming in winter, stars shining at midday, echoes of a magic that had changed rather than ended. And Gandalf, watching the last ship sail west under a sky full of impossibly bright stars, knew that sometimes the greatest victory lies not in preserving power, but in knowing when to let it transform into something new. Story 6. In the twilight years of Middle-earth's Third Age, when shadows grew longer and ancient magic stirred in forgotten corners of the world, Gandalf the Grey discovered a collection of weathered scrolls hidden within the depths of Elrond's library. The parchments, written in a form of Elvish, so old it made his ancient eyes strain, spoke of a hidden elven realm beyond the misty mountains, a kingdom that had chosen to remove itself from the memory of the world. The scrolls had come to him on a night when starlight streamed through the high windows of Rivendell, casting silver patterns that seemed to dance with purpose across the aged pages. As Gandalf's gnarled fingers traced the fading script, he felt a familiar tingling, the same sensation that had often preceded moments of great importance in his long years walking the paths of Middle-earth. Sometimes, he muttered to himself, his beard catching the starlight, the most dangerous secrets are those we have chosen to forget the very next morning. Gandalf set out on a journey that would challenge everything he thought he knew about his own origins. His first stop was the halls of the exiled dwarf prince, Thorin Stoneheart, who had been cast out of his mountain home, or claiming to have seen golden lights dancing in the deepest mind's lights that sang in voices that no dwarf had ever heard before. I was beginning to think I had imagined it all, Thorin said, his voice rough with emotion as Gandalf shared the contents of the scrolls. But if what you say is true, those lights were no mere trick of the deep. Their unlikely alliance grew stranger still when they encountered Arwindel. An elven lady who had done the unthinkable surrendered her immortality in pursuit of a vision that had haunted her for centuries. She found them as they made camp in a grove of silver-barked trees, stepping out of the shadows like a ghost of the ancient world. The dreams speak of awakening, she said, her once eternal eyes now bearing the weight of mortality. A stirring in the highest peaks where even eagles fear to soar. But it was their fourth companion that proved most surprising of all. They found him, or rather, he found them in a valley where the mountains were clouds like crowns. Araxes, a golden dragon who had sworn a vow of peace after witnessing the corruption of his kin, descended from the sky with wings that shimmered like autumn leaves in sunlight. The old magic pulls at all of us, the dragon rumbled, his voice carrying the wisdom of ages. Even those of us who tried to forget its call, together, this improbable fellowship began their ascent into the highest reaches of the misty mountains, where the air grew thin and reality itself seemed to waver like heat over summer stones. They followed ancient markers that only revealed themselves in starlight runes that Gandalf recognized with an unsettling familiarity he couldn't quite place. As they climbed higher, the world below fell away like a distant dream. The air filled with floating lights that danced like spirits, and rocks began to hum with deep, forgotten songs. Thorin's eyes grew wide as he recognized the melody, the same that had echoed in his minds. Arwendel's hands trembled as she reached out to touch the lights, her mortal flesh remembering something her immortal spirit had once known. Then, on the seventh day of their ascent, the air shifted. A doorway appeared in what had seemed solid rock, its edges traced in silver light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Ancient words carved above the arch began to glow, and Gandalf felt something stir in the depths of his memory, something from before he had been sent to Middle-earth as one of the Istari. "This is no elven kingdom," he whispered, his voice carrying both wonder and dread. "This is something far older." As they stepped through the doorway, they entered a realm that defied mortal understanding. Spires of crystal rose into impossible heights, their surfaces reflecting not their surroundings, but distant stars and lands that none had ever seen. Gardens floated in the air, their flowers blooming with light rather than color. And everywhere, There were signs of the Astari signs that suggested this place had been their origin point, the place from which they had been sent forth into Middle-earth. But they were not alone. In the heart of this crystalline city, they found beings of pure light and shadow, the original inhabitants of this realm, who had chosen to remove themselves from the world below when the first darkness had begun to spread. These beings revealed the truth that Gandalf had both sought and feared. The Astari had not merely been sent by the Valar, they had been created here, in this place between realms, fashioned from the very essence of this forgotten kingdom. The revelation shook Gandalf to his core. His staff trembled in his grip as ancient memories began to surface, memories of his creation, of his true name, of the purpose that had been woven into his very being. But with this knowledge came a terrible understanding. The kingdom was awakening, because it sensed the growing darkness in the world below, and its awakening could either be Middle-earth's salvation or its doom. As Gandalf grappled with these revelations, his companions stood by him, each finding their own truths in this realm beyond realms. Thorin discovered that the lights in his minds had been echoes of this place, calling him to this destiny. Arwindil realized that her sacrifice of immortality had been necessary to bridge the gap between the worlds. And Arexes found peace in understanding that his kind had originally been created as guardians of the boundaries between realms before pride had corrupted them. But their discoveries were interrupted by a growing tremor that shook the crystalline spires. The kingdom was not merely awakening, it was preparing to descend into Middle-earth, to engage directly in the coming conflicts. Such an action would tear apart the very fabric of reality, destroying both realms in the process. In that moment, Gandalf understood his true purpose, not just as a guide and guardian of Middle-earth, but as a bridge between worlds. With the help of his unlikely companions, he began an ancient ritual that would allow the kingdom to share its power with the world below without physically manifesting. As the ritual reached its climax, the crystal spires sang with power, and knowledge flowed like light into the minds of all present. Gandalf's staff blazed with new power, transformed by the understanding of its true origins. But more importantly, the Fellowship had forged a connection between the hidden realm and Middle-earth that would help in the coming darkness, a subtle but crucial advantage in the wars that were to come. As they prepared to return to the world below, Gandalf looked one last time at the realm of his creation. Sometimes, he said, his voice carrying the weight of newfound wisdom, the greatest power lies not in remembering, but in knowing when to keep a secret. The Fellowship descended from the mountains, changed but unbroken, carrying with them knowledge that would prove crucial in the dark days ahead. And if travelers in the highest peaks sometimes glimpse lights dancing like stars among the clouds, or hear songs that seem to come from another world, well, some secrets are best left in the keeping of those wise enough to understand their true importance. Story 7. Deep in the heart of Mirkwood, where shadows danced between ancient trees and time itself seemed to flow differently, Gandalf the Grey pursued whispers of a mysterious library that appeared and disappeared like morning mist. The forest around him pulsed with an otherworldly energy, the trees creaking secrets in languages long forgotten by the mortal world. A young Aragorn, not yet carrying the weight of his destiny, tracked silently beside the wizard. His ranger's instincts told him that even the air here was different, heavier with prophecy and possibility. Every step seemed to take them further from the Middle-earth they knew, into a realm where reality bent like light through crystal. The trees remember, Gandalf murmured, his staff casting a soft blue light that seemed to catch on invisible threads in the air. They remember when this forest was young, when the first books were written in starlight and bound in dreams, as if in response to his words, the forest before them shifted. Where moments before there had been only twisted trees and darkness, now stood a structure that defied mortal architecture. The library revealed itself like a dream, taking shape, towers of ivory and silver spiraling impossibly upward, their spires piercing clouds that hadn't been there moments before. Windows of stained glass told stories that changed with each passing breeze, and doors of ancient wood bore runes that rearranged themselves endlessly. At the entrance stood a figure that seemed woven from shadows and starlight, the librarian. Her eyes held the weight of centuries, and when she spoke, her voice carried echoes of countless stories waiting to be told. "Welcome, Mithrandir," she said, using Gandalf's Elvish name. "The books have been waiting for you inside." The library defied all logic. Shelves stretched into infinity, books floated through the air like autumn leaves, and staircases rearranged themselves at will. Each tome pulsed with its own inner light, and as Gandalf ran his fingers along their spines, he could feel the prophecies within struggling to be heard. "Every possible future of Middle-earth rests within these walls," the librarian explained, leading them through the impossible architecture. "But beware, knowledge of what might be can be more dangerous than ignorance of what will be." Gandalf began his research, with Aragorn keeping watch and occasionally helping to decipher particularly cryptic texts. Each book they opened revealed a different possible future for Middle-earth, some glorious, others horrifying. In one, Minas Tirith stood as a beacon of hope for 1,000 years. In another, dragons blackened the sky above a burning world. But as they read more, a disturbing pattern emerged. Every single future, no matter how it began, ended in complete darkness. The variations were endless, some through war, others through decay, still others through cosmic forces beyond comprehension, but the end was always the same: total destruction. "This cannot be," Gandalf declared, his voice echoing through the impossible space. "The future is not set in stone." The librarian appeared beside them, her form flickering like candlelight. "Perhaps," she suggested, "that is precisely why you are led here." As they delved deeper into their research, strange things began to happen. Books would fall open to specific pages when Gandalf passed. Prophecies would rewrite themselves before their eyes. And most disturbing of all, they began to find references to their own presence in the library scattered throughout the texts. "We're part of these prophecies now," Aragorn realized, his young face troubled by the weight of this understanding. Their revelation was interrupted by a sound that shouldn't have been possible in this timeless space: the toll of a bell. The librarian's face filled with concern. "The library prepares to move," she warned, "but something is wrong. The darkness, it's trying to follow us." The very air seemed to thicken with tension as shadows began seeping between the shelves, not the natural shadows of the forest, but something older and hungrier. Gandalf realized with growing horror that the darkness from all those prophesied futures was trying to break through into the present. In that moment of crisis, Gandalf understood the truth that had been hiding in plain sight throughout their research. The prophecies weren't showing different futures, they were showing the same future from different angles, like facets of a dark crystal. And in every version, the library itself played a crucial role. "The prophecies are circular," he declared, his voice rising with the power of revelation. "The library shows us these futures, which leads us to try to prevent them, which leads to actions that make them possible. It's a loop." With this understanding came power. Gandalf raised his staff, its light combining with the glow of the books around them. Aragorn drew his sword, which blazed with an inner fire it had never shown before. The librarian began speaking in a language older than words, her form becoming more solid, more present. Together, they began a desperate ritual, not to prevent the futures they had seen, but to break the cycle itself. Gandalf used his power not to fight the darkness, but to embrace it, understand it, and through understanding, transform it. Aragorn's presence anchored them to the world outside, his untapped potential as the future king, creating a bridge between what was and what could be. The library shuddered around them. Books flew through the air, their pages fluttering open. Prophecies were writing themselves as the cycle began to break. The darkness that had been seeping in became part of the ritual, transformed from an ending into a beginning. In the final moment, As reality itself seemed to hang by a thread, the librarian made her choice. She merged with her library, becoming one with the repository of all possible futures. The building folded in on itself like an origami creation in reverse, taking the darkness with it, leaving behind a single book bound in starlight and shadow. As the forest settled around them, Gandalf picked up the book with trembling hands. Within its pages, he found not prophecies of doom, but something far more precious hope. The future was no longer written in stone, but in possibilities. The darkness would still come, that much was certain, but now it could be faced, understood, and perhaps even transformed. What did we actually change? Aragorn asked as they prepared to leave the clearing where the library had stood. Gandalf smiled, tucking the book safely away in his robes. Everything and nothing, my young friend. We changed the one thing that matters most. We changed how the story can end. As they walked back through Mirkwood, the trees seemed to stand straighter, their shadows less deep. And if sometimes, on particularly clear nights, travelers in the forest catch glimpses of a magnificent building shimmering between the trees, or hear the whisper of turning pages on the wind well, some stories are best left to write themselves. Story 8. In the earliest days of the Third Age, when the wounds of the last alliance were still fresh upon Middle-earth, Gandalf the Grey journeyed alone through lands where memory and myth intertwined. His path led him to a young apprentice wizard named Eldred, whose staff was unlike any he had ever seen, crafted from a wood that seemed to sing with the echoes of the undying lands. The staff caught Gandalf's attention immediately. Its surface rippled like water in moonlight, and the wood itself hummed with a melody that stirred something deep within his ancient memory, a song from Valinor that he had nearly forgotten. But it was not the staff's beauty that made him pause. It was the unmistakable sense of power that radiated from it, power that should not exist in Middle-earth. "Where did you come by this staff?" Gandalf asked, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. Eldred's eyes, bright with an innocence that belied his power, met Gandalf's gaze. "It came to me in dreams, my lord. Dreams of a western shore where the trees sing and the very air shimmers with magic." The young wizard's words triggered a cascade of half-remembered warnings in Gandalf's mind-whispered conversations among the Valar that he had overheard before his sending to Middle-earth. There had been others before the Astari, they had said. Others who had been sent to guide and protect and who had failed. Their conversation was interrupted by a shadow passing overhead, not the shadow of cloud or bird, but something that seemed to drink the very light from the air. Eldred's staff flared in response, its wood pulsing with a golden light that pushed back the darkness. "They're returning," Eldred whispered, his voice trembling. "The lost ones. I've seen them in my dreams over the next few days." As they traveled together through the wilderness, Gandalf learned more of Eldred's dreams. The young wizard spoke of figures cloaked in twilight, wielding powers that rivaled those of the Astari themselves. These were the first wizards, sent by the Valar in the earliest days of Arda, long before Gandalf and his order had been conceived. But something had gone wrong. The first wizards, overwhelmed by the darkness they were meant to fight, had fallen. Not to evil, as Sauron had, but to despair, a despair so deep it had transformed them into beings of shadow and regret. Their journey led them to ancient places where the barriers between worlds grew thin. In hidden valleys and atop forgotten peaks, they encountered signs of the first wizards passing rings of stones that wept starlit tears, trees that whispered in languages older than speech, and pools that reflected skies from other worlds. One night, as they camped beneath trees whose leaves seemed to catch and hold the starlight, the first of the shadow wizards appeared. It came not as an enemy, but as a supplicant, its form shifting between solid and mist. "We were not strong enough," it spoke, its voice carrying echoes of ancient grief. "We were not ready for the weight of this world's sorrows." More shadows gathered, each bearing the ghost of what they had once been, proud servants of the Valar, sent to guide and protect. But where Gandalf and his order had been sent with limitations to prevent their fall, these first attempts had been given power almost without bound. "We need to end," another shadow voice whispered. "But we cannot do it alone." Gandalf began to understand the true purpose of Eldred's staff. It was not just a tool of power, but a key. The wood from the Undying Lands could open a path back to Valinor, allowing these lost souls to finally return home. But as they prepared for the ritual that would free the Shadow Wizards, darkness gathered. Not all of the first wizards sought peace. Some, corrupted by millennia of regret, had twisted into beings of malevolence. They came like storms of shadow, seeking to prevent their brethren's release. The battle that followed was unlike any Gandalf had ever fought. Light and shadow danced across the ancient landscape as power not seen since the First Age was unleashed. Eldred's staff blazed like a beacon, its light cutting through the darkness, while Gandalf's own power worked to hold reality together around them. At the crucial moment, when it seemed the Dark Ones might prevail, Eldred made a choice that would echo through the ages. He plunged his staff into the heart of the earth, offering his own life force to complete the ritual. The wood of the Undying Lands, combined with his sacrifice, created a bridge of light. The Shadow Wizards who sought redemption passed over this bridge, their forms gradually solidifying into figures of light as they crossed. Those who had chosen darkness were drawn in as well, their corruption burning away in the pure radiance of the path to Valinor. Gandalf cradled the dying Eldred, watching as the last of the Shadow Wizards faded into light. The young wizard smiled, his eyes reflecting the same light that had shone from his staff. "I understand now," Eldred whispered, "why you were sent differently than they were. The power to change Middle-earth. It doesn't come from strength alone. It comes from the wisdom to know when to let go." As dawn broke over the battlefield, Gandalf stood alone, his heart heavy with new understanding. The staff of Western wood had crumbled to dust, its purpose fulfilled. But its song lingered in the air, a reminder of both the perils and the possibility of power. In the years that followed, Gandalf would sometimes hear echoes of that song in the wind, or catch glimpses of light that reminded him of Eldred's sacrifice. The tale of the first wizards became another secret he carried, another lesson in the long history of Middle-earth's guardians. For in the end, it was not power that had saved the lost ones, but compassion, not strength, that had opened the way home, but sacrifice. And in this truth, Gandalf found both comfort and guidance for the challenges that still lay ahead in Middle-earth's long twilight. Story 9. In the ancient halls of the Blue Mountains, where time seemed to move differently within the deep carved stone, Gandalf the Grey discovered a forgotten dwarven stronghold that defied the very laws of nature. The fortress, hewn from living crystal and blue granite, stood frozen in a single moment, a snapshot of what appeared to be the most important council in dwarven history. Torches burned without consuming their fuel, their flames motionless like amber caught in stone. Around a massive table of polished obsidian sat the spectral forms of the first 7 kings of the dwarven realms, their ghostly figures locked in eternal debate. The air itself felt thick with unspoken words and unfinished arguments. "So, the legends were true," Gandalf murmured, his staff's light creating dancing shadows among the frozen figures. The Council of the 7 Crowns never ended, it simply stepped outside of time. As he moved through the chamber, the spirits began to stir, awakening from their timeless slumber. Their ethereal forms solidified slightly, like mist taking shape in morning light. The eldest among them, King Durin the Deathless himself, turned his ancient eyes toward Gandalf. "You wear the gray robes of the wise." The Spirit King's voice echoed through both space and time. "Perhaps you can do what we could not, break this cycle and free us from our eternal debate." The story that unfolded was both tragic and profound. Ages ago, the 7 kings had gathered to make a decision that would affect all dwarven kind, whether to forge an alliance with the great dragons of the north, Some among the dragons had come seeking peace, claiming to have rejected their kind's natural greed and destructive nature. But as the council debated, dark magic had transformed the chamber into a temporal prison, trapping the kings in an endless loop of deliberation. Each time they reached the moment of decision, time would reset, forcing them to relive the debate eternally. To participate in the council, King Durin explained, "You must take the place of one of us. Choose wisely, for each seat carries its own burden of knowledge and responsibility." Gandalf understood the gravity of the task before him. To break the cycle, he would need to not only participate in the debate, but understand the deeper truth hidden within this ancient moment. He chose the seat of Moria's king, and as he sat, memories that were not his own flooded his consciousness. The debate began anew. Each king spoke with the weight of centuries behind their words. Some argued that dragons could never truly change their nature, that their offer of peace was merely a prelude to betrayal. Others insisted that refusing the alliance would doom their people to endless conflict. As the arguments circled, Gandalf began to notice subtle patterns. The way certain phrases echoed through time. The way the light caught on the king's spectral crowns. The way the very stone of the mountain seemed to pulse with each round of debate. This is more than a simple council, he realized aloud. This moment, it's connected to something far older. The truth revealed itself gradually as Gandalf experienced the debate again and again. The dragon's offer of peace hadn't been a simple diplomatic gesture. It had been part of an ancient prophecy, one that spoke of a time when the children of stone and the children of fire would either unite or destroy each other. But there was something else, something hidden in the very architecture of the chamber. The obsidian table, Gandalf noticed, was carved with runes that changed subtly with each iteration of the debate. The frozen flames cast shadows that told their own story, one that spoke of a time before dragons and dwarves were separated. "We were not meant to make this decision," Gandalf declared, rising from his seat. "We were meant to remember." He began to weave magic with his staff, not to break the time loop, but to reveal what it had been hiding. The chamber responded, its crystals singing with ancient power. The spectral kings watched in wonder as images formed in the air around them, visions of the First Age when dragons and dwarves had not been enemies, but rather two parts of a greater whole, both crafted by all the smith in the dawn of time. The dragon's offer of peace hadn't been a new beginning, it had been an attempt to restore what was lost. The time loop wasn't a prison. It was a preservation of the last moment when reconciliation had been possible. Understanding flooded the chamber like light through crystal. The spectral kings rose as one, their forms growing more solid as the truth set them free. The frozen flames burst into motion, and the very mountains seemed to sigh with relief. But with freedom came a final choice. The kings could now pass on to their long-delayed rest, but the knowledge they had preserved would shape the future of Middle-earth. Gandalf was entrusted with their memories, understanding that this revelation about the true relationship between dragons and dwarves would be crucial in the coming ages. As the spirits of the kings finally faded, their last words echoed through the chamber. Remember not just what was lost, but what might yet be regained. The fortress began to change, its timeless perfection, giving way to the natural decay of ages. But before it crumbled completely, Gandalf recovered ancient scrolls and artifacts that told the full story, proof that would be needed when the time came to heal the ancient rift between dragons and dwarves. As he emerged from the mountain, the wizard carried with him not just knowledge, but hope that even the oldest of wounds might someday be healed, that even the most bitter of enemies might remember their shared origins. The Blue Mountains stood silent behind him, their secrets now part of a larger story. And if sometimes on quiet nights, travelers hear the echoes of ancient debates carried on the wind, or see ghostly lights flickering in abandoned halls, well, some conversations are too important to ever truly end. Story 10. When Radagast the Brown came rushing to Gandalf with news of a valley where stars fell like rain every night, The gray wizard might have dismissed it as one of his fellow wizards' frequent flights of fancy. But there was something in Radagast's wild eyes that spoke of wonder rather than worry, of mystery rather than madness. The valley lay hidden between two ancient mountain peaks that seemed to cradle the sky between them. As Gandalf approached under the light of dusk, he saw them points of light drifting down like snowflakes made of pure starlight, each one carrying a soft, melodic chime as it descended. But more remarkable than the falling stars themselves were the children who gathered them. 5 young ones, none older than 12 summers, danced through the valley with glass jars in their hands, catching the falling lights as if they were playing a game they'd known all their lives. "Welcome, Star Walker," called out the eldest, a girl with hair the color of autumn leaves. "We wondered when you would come." The children had names that seemed to shift like the stars. They caught sometimes sounding like bell chimes, other times like whispered secrets. They showed Gandalf their collection of captured stars, each jar containing what appeared to be memories given physical form. "This one shows the forging of the first ring," said the youngest boy, holding up a jar where silver light swirled around a perfect circle. "And this one has the sound of the first Elven song ever sung." Gandalf's heart nearly stopped. These weren't stars at all, they were fragments of Valinor itself, memories of the blessed realm falling through some unseen crack in the fabric of reality. Each jar contained a moment from the ages before darkness first touched the world. "How long have these been falling?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Since the night the mountains sang," answered a girl with eyes like mirrors. "We heard the music, and when we came to see, the stars were already falling." As night deepened, Gandalf observed the children's practice more closely. They moved with an intuitive grace, knowing exactly where each memory star would fall before it descended. Some they caught, others they deliberately let pass, as if following rules only they could understand. But there was something else happening too. With each passing hour, the falls grew more frequent, the lights more intense. The very air began to hum with power that reminded Gandalf of his earliest memories in Valinor. "The veil grows thin," he murmured, watching as a particularly bright memory star descended. Within its light, he caught a glimpse of the 2 trees in their full glory, their intermingled light bathing Valinor in gold and silver. The children gathered around him, their jars glowing with captured memories. "We can't catch them all anymore," said the eldest girl. "There are too many now, and some of them burn." Gandalf understood then the true danger. These weren't just memories falling, they were pieces of a world too powerful for Middle-earth to contain. If too many fell, if too much of Valinor's essence crossed over, it could tear reality apart. But as he prepared to begin weaving magic to seal the breach, one of the children held up a jar that gave him pause. Within it swirled a memory of himself not as Gandalf the Grey, but as Olrin in Valinor, learning the deepest secrets of wisdom from the Valar themselves. The temptation was immediate and overwhelming. With these memories, he could reclaim all the power he had set aside when taking mortal form. He could remember everything he had forgotten, become again what he once was. "The burning ones show the same thing," said the mirror-eyed girl softly. Someone looking back at themselves, wanting to become something else. Her words broke through Gandalf's temptation. He looked again at the falling lights and saw what he had missed before. They weren't random. They were responses to yearning, to the deep desires of every being in Middle-earth who looked to the west and wished for what was lost. "We must close the breach," he declared, "but first we must return these memories to where they belong." Working together with the children, Gandalf began an ancient ritual. They placed all their captured stars in a circle, each jar glowing with the power of ages past. As Gandalf spoke words in a language older than the moon, the children sang a song they claimed the stars had taught them. The memory stars rose from their jars, swirling together in a dance of light that illuminated the entire valley. For a brief moment, the veil between worlds became visible, a shimmering curtain of reality that had worn thin from too many wishful glances westward. As the memories returned to their proper place, each one carried with it a small piece of longing, of the desire to reclaim what was lost. The veil began to heal, strengthened by the acceptance that some things must remain in the past. But before the last memory star returned home, it brushed against each child, leaving behind a gift, not of power or knowledge, but of wisdom. The wisdom to understand that it was not the memories themselves that mattered, but what they taught about letting go. As dawn broke over the valley, the starfall had ceased. The children's jars stood empty, but their eyes held a light that hadn't been there before, the light of those who had glimpsed something eternal and learned to live without trying to possess it. Will they ever fall again? Asked the youngest child. Gandalf smiled, touching his staff to the ground where the last star had fallen. A small flower bloomed there, its petals catching the morning light like tiny stars. The memories are where they belong now, he said. But perhaps, on special nights, when the veil grows thin and hearts grow wise, a single star might fall just to remind us that wonder never truly fades from the world. The children nodded, understanding in the deep way that only the very young can manage. They gathered their empty jars and departed into the morning light, leaving Gandalf alone in the valley. He looked up at the lightening sky, where the last traces of stars were fading. Sometimes, he reflected, the greatest magic lies not in what we keep, but in what we learn to release. And if sometimes, on clear nights, travelers in that valley see lights falling like gentle rain, while some memories are too beautiful to be completely forgotten,